Alright, so there we go. We are live here on YouTube for the Celebration of America 300 here. Can you just start the live now? Yeah, I know. I lost track of time. Was trying to get back up to the grandstands for the start, but I also scheduled the stream earlier so that people actually knew the start time or the approximate start time rather than having to just wait and not knowing that it was even happening. So, but yeah, we are here. We got my dad joining us as well up here in the grandstands tonight. So, yeah, again, we are about. What time is it? Oh, you've got your phone in. Oh, yeah, your phone's dead. Let's see. So we got about 10 minutes away from the start of the and it's not street stocks, it's Mad Bombers is the street stock looking division. So, but we got a chance to sit down and watch practice together. Well, some of it. And then we are getting ready for the racing. You excited?
I'm thrilled. I'll be more thrilled once the sun goes down a little bit more.
Yep. Oh, Red Zone says hi.
Hi, Red Zone.
Apparently he lives close enough that he's able to hear the cars when they get going.
Okay.
So, but, so we are, we're just a few minutes away from the start of the first heat race. We have on the schedule today. We got Mad Bombers, then we got the Super Sprints, then we'll have the Mad Bomber feature, the 75 lap Super Sprint feature, and then the Super Late Models to end out the night. Super Late Models should be about should be starting in about 8 p.m. That is the series that Kyle Busch and all the other stars of the night are going to be racing in. So, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that bright red 07 of Silas Ripley alongside the 51 of Kyle, 90 of Derek Nealand, and the 32, obviously, that absolutely dominated last night, wire to wire, leading the 75 lap qualifier for these cars of Brandon Barker. So, should be all set up and ready to go. So, we're just kind of chilling out here. So, where do you think Suarez ends up going now that we know he's not going to be racing for Trackhouse next year?
I have no idea.
Where would you like to see him go?
Later on this season, and if it's anything like the previous big money events you've seen in the Mad Bombers,
all right.
I got nothing there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, though, that the biggest thing that's kind of baffled me about the whole situation is that I thought that they would at least give him the full regular season to try and win his way into the playoffs before deciding whether or not they were going to can him this year or wait a year and let Zilich develop, because I think everybody has assumed that Zilich will be the replacement driver, taking that spot next year.
Everything I've read says Zilich.
Well, it makes sense. Zilich has a Trackhouse racing contract, and now there's a Trackhouse seat open. Makes sense that the guy with a Trackhouse contract would be the guy taking that spot.
Yes, it does.
So. Have some insight later on what teams are going to be trying later tonight.
But so what about some picks for Chicago this weekend, since you didn't even know they were racing Chicago 5 minutes ago?
Well, always Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, SVG looking to try and defend his win from 2 years ago. Well, I guess it's not defend, it's reclaim, I guess, at that point.
Let's see.
I'm going to say Bowman's the defending winner. So.
Yeah, Bowman's actually been looking good the last few weeks.
Yeah, I said it. That all he needed was one good finish to right the ship, and then he'd rattle off 3 or 4 good ones in a row.
Yeah, I thought he looked really good this past week.
Yep.
Always looking at Allmendinger and your crew.
Michael McDowell, he's my race pick for the week.
What's he, 17?
Try flipping that around.
Yeah.
Although 17 is not a bad pick either. Busher.
Or 47.
Maybe not at a road course.
Or a oval.
Really?
As long as you don't mind your car being wrecked.
And how many times has Ricky Stenhouse finished on a lead lap this year out of
Quite
the
a few.
18 starts? All but 3.
How many people around him did?
Folks, we are 5 minutes away.
Is Josh St. Clair racing today? I don't know. I didn't happen to
Here at Oxford Plains
Yep.
Speedway on behalf of the Mayberry family and the entire staff.
mess my name up. Okay, so I'm assuming it's not. I'm assuming it's not pronounced Beatrice.
Both of us are looking forward to sharing the program with you.
Beatrice.
That sounds like Beatrice.
Yeah, but because they said just mess it up, I'm assuming it's not Beatrice at that point. Either that or we just pronounced it
National
well.
anthem time.
Oh, yep.
Thank you very much.
I noticed a significant lack of explosions and planes during that. I mean, planes I didn't necessarily expect because it is just a local race, but
But still,
did they not have a firework that they could spare? I'm expecting then a big fireworks show later than if they're not going to give us a single firework during the anthem. I did have to mute during the anthem, so to avoid copyright, because I wasn't going to talk over the entire anthem because I have a shred of respect for the country.
me too.
Yeah. Yep.
But
But we are here and we are ready for this one. So again, we've got Mad Bombers with probably assuming that they're going off the similar lap system of as per usual. It'll be 8 laps for the 2 heats and then a 25 lap feature. Then the super sprints, I don't know how long their heat is going to be, and then they've got a 75 lap feature.
75 laps?
Yeah.
For those things with wings?
Yeah. Yep. And then we got 300 laps for the super late models later tonight for the Celebration of America 300. So first up will be the Mad Bomber heat. So those will be the more standard looking, street stock looking cars that we saw earlier, that I called street stocks by mistake.
How big is this track?
3/8 of a mile. So fairly, as a fairly quick lap times. And let's go ahead and let's try out the let's try the swap over here for the other tripod tonight.
Unfortunately, is not going to make the call in the super late model ranks. On the first lap of practice, broke a third link in the rear end of the car.
Ooh.
When that happened, it tore up the drive shaft, the rear end.
Broke a toe link. I didn't hear which driver, but one of the drivers in the super lates broke a toe link.
Mad Bombers. First of 2, 10-lap qualifying heat is a 3-race handicap. This is the low handicap heat. Jackson, let's meet the starting field, shall we?
Indeed, Michael. Starting on the pole in car number 8, a first-time winner this season in the Mad Bombers. That is Michael Rowe, ROE. Into his outside in car number 31. That will be Sean Brackett.
Inside of row number 2, out of Freeman Township, Maine, the
Alright, I am going to turn off video for a brief moment while I screw this on there so you guys don't get motion sick.
Another future winner will be to the inside of row number 3. That will be Michael Deere. Into his outside sophomore driver in car number 08, Cole McIntyre.
The fire captain, Kenny Hoyt, from right here in Oxford in car number 24, will start in 7th alongside McNeem. Another Oxford local, Kyle Glover, in the 51.
Another Oxford local follows them on the inside of the final row in car number 7. Back for his first race since the Memorial Day Clash. And starting shotgun in car number 6, that will be Andrew Weber.
Yes, Kyle Richardson got torn up literally on lap 1 of the Memorial Day Clash. He's certainly hoping for better this time around. Already playing a little bumper tag as they look for the green. When it's underway, we're racing.
Sean Brackett on the outside of Michael Rowe gets the lead in turn number 1. He's got the lead down the back straightaway now, and he's Justin Staples and Addie Foster. Same thing can be said about Kyle Richardson and Cole McIntyre, but Sean Brackett easily leads lap 1.
Behind Brackett, 4 cars under a blanket for that number 2 spot. The younger, better looking Mike Rowe in the
No, I just came up without grabbing my phone.
Back in line with this spot as they come to complete lap number 2.
The fight for 6th is still on though between Cole McIntyre and Kenny Hoyt.
Yeah, it was. I had the thing turned off so that when I was spinning. Not gonna go down there for a empty bottle.
Still tooth and nail for that 6th spot. The results of the heat did not affect the starting lineup of the feature.
You want to hold this while I get the
outside, 4 laps completes the line. Brackett remains your leader in the 31.
Well, the fight for 3rd is getting pretty testy between Staples, Dearden, and Foster. Dearden going to look down the back. Further back, you got Kenny Hoyt finally clearing Cole McIntyre as they come off turn 4 and see the halfway mark. 5 down, 5 more to go for Sean Brackett.
Dustin Staples might be a tad slower than the 33 and the 56 right now, but did not find it. Addie Foster's going to try the outside again, but couldn't find it off the turn 4.
Addie Foster, 2-time winner in this division, the overhand. As Brackett now crosses the line with 3 laps remaining.
3 laps to go. The battler for 3rd for 6th as the 24 Hoyt shuts down the front straightaway. They're coming to 2 to go. We'll go back to that fight for 3rd. The 77 Staples has it. Michael Deere in the 33 looks to the inside one more time.
Dearden certainly being patient with Staples, sophomore driver versus somebody who's great. But he's given Dearden a little bit of breathing room down low as the white flag flies for Sean Brackett as the fight.
white flag, last lap of the
It's all Sean Brackett at the front. It's anybody's guess for 3rd through 5th. Dearden finally has the hold up. Here they come to the checkered flag, wire to wire, and heat number 1. Sean Brackett will be your winner. Mike Rowe in 2nd, then Dearden, Foster, and Dustin Staples round out the top
flag victory for Sean Brackett, but it was all sorts of fireworks behind him for a driver.
Yeah, no, they managed to go through the first race, no wrecks.
He's certainly going to be celebrating this one. It's Paul McIntyre. Gets
cars
smoked down the back straightaway.
Yeah.
Certainly going to be something that he will have to take care of come feature time. But as he pulls into the pit area, let's give a round of applause to your Heat 1 winner for the Green Lawn Solution Mad Bombers,
All right,
Sean
so
Brackett.
there we go. We got our it's a little bit of an off angle, but it's nice and quick flips as we're going to be getting ready for heat number 2 here shortly. So cars are getting back on track here nice and quick, so let's go ahead and get this one. There we go. This is heat number 2 for the Mad Bombers. So this is the second half of the field of what we just saw. So we'll see 2 features of this, 2 of the New England Super Sprints, and then we'll see the feature of each. Light is off on the pace car. We're going to be going racing here.
Second Mad Bomber lead of the night is on their way to really know. The start has been waved off. Point was a little bit early getting up to speed. We're going to try it again, Michael. And Thomas Brack
As I waved off the start.
Certainly got a little trigger happy there down the back straightaway, but we'll get him re-racked and try it again here as he gets set to start.
They wouldn't re-rack the start. Okay, I see greed. What do you mean greed there? Did an ad play at a bad time? Because I have next to no control over ads right now during the in the mobile YouTube studio. And I don't even know if there is an intermission. If there is, then yeah, we can head down pit road. But that's a if, not a when, because I don't know for sure that there is a intermission scheduled.
The last 2 races as well, but despite being so old, it still races like it's just been brand new. And it's going to lead us to the green here in race number 2 for the Mad Bombers for their heat race program. Point by the rocket launch in turn number 1. There's 3 wide for the
So they waved off the start here because they jumped in. Yeah, they deemed that the leader jumped the start, so they had to re-rack him and do it again. Yeah, they deemed it was a jump start, leading to a redo of the start.
Side by side for third in front of him between Tyler Connolly and Brandon Carey. The top 2 in the championship going at it for third, and Connolly wins out as they race off into 1. Yes, Carey came into this race fading on the high side all the way back to 6 now as the captain slides underneath them off of zone 4. And if it finishes like this, Michael, that means they will be tied going into the main event later on tonight. But Connolly doesn't want that. But behind him, Corey Morgan. Oh, Corey looks like he didn't put that line in.
26 off track.
But now goes ice cold. He beds back to the pits as we get the cross flags halfway home.
Half down, half to go.
On the back of Thomas Brackett for section. Adam Sturgeon winner on Sunday night a few days ago.
Not sure who it was. It was car 26.
If they finish the way they are right now. Now, some of you might think it's too early to be talking about points, but points scored in early on. practice flag. Pick up victory here. It was on bracket in P1.
Oh, yeah, side by side for second.
Takes the heat to win for the Mad Bombers. Bracket just pitches out Connolly for second.
I say the 11 got beat at the line by by car 3.
Wire to wire in heat number 2. Give him a round of applause as he comes out of turn 4 and as Bucky Stearns pulls up to say congratulations as well. That concludes qualifying for the Green Lawn Solutions Mad Bombers. They'll be back in a little bit for their
there we go. First two features in the first two heats in the day, and they're both like green to checkers by the pole sitters. So
It's only 8 laps too. So.
might have been 10. Oh, it was 8? Okay. I just know I looked over the scoreboard and I think I saw 9 or 10 up on the leaderboard late, so I thought maybe they had done 10 instead of 6. Okay, well maybe they just added one too many numbers on the board.
900 plus horsepower.
But yep.
Wide right rear tire.
And here come the super sprints.
Radios and no spotters and no mirrors either. So they are
Nope.
Take forever to get set up because they each have to be.
Yeah, they each have to have a 4-wheeler.
Yeah, well, and I think the trucks have to push them to get them started.
It can be either or a 4-wheeler.
Oh, because earlier they were only using trucks.
I'm pretty sure we just saw one get with a 4-wheeler, so I'm willing to bet you can probably start them with a 4-wheeler.
Yeah, when we were doing practices, the 4-wheelers brought them up on the track, waited for the next truck.
Now entering turn number 1, the Swisson Tool Company, number 24.
Say, it shouldn't take much to start them.
Yeah.
That is Super Dave Sanborn. Next car is coming right now. That is the most recent winner.
What happened? These cars just don't have onboard starters, so they need to be pushed to start. Yeah, to get their engines actually out of neutral or whatever.
And up in turn 3 and 4 in car number 5 tonight, that normally driven by Rob Summers, but
They've got the truck doing it.
the weather
Yeah.
today, running fast out of Knoxville, Massachusetts, with a leader tire, licensed asphalt machine will be behind the wheel. Behind him, car number 13. Cars have been pushed off and they're now in their starting positions. They do not necessarily come out from the track in their starting position. They came in order after.
Oh yeah, these ones are really cool. I will give you that. Huh? Yeah. How fast can they go? On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll say fast. I have absolutely no idea. All I know is it's going to be fast. for the green.
Rounding out the field, picking up the pace, green flag.
Side by side for third. There we go, 25 of the heat race win.
Give a round of applause to Dan Bowes, the 25, your Heat 1 winner. Has been very open, like we said, in the past couple years of so many races at Oxford. He needs to be better here, and he was a lot better here in Heat number 1. Taking the checkered flag and unofficially.
Alright, here we go.
For tonight's event.
So, who won the 25 got that one. There we go. Just grab the highlight there. Where's the banking? It is a very flat track. Very much in the same style as Loudon, New Hampshire. In fact, I was actually talking with one of the guys who's been coming here for years. Apparently, this was the original building place. They wanted to build Loudon right here on this property, but ultimately they kept the history of the 250, of the Oxford 250 here, and went about 3 hours down the road to New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
No,
2.5.
I'd say it might even only be 2 hours.
2 hours from here? Okay. 2 hours if you're driving, 2.5 if I'm driving.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. So yeah, there we go. But yeah, so that was a cool bit of history I didn't actually know before coming here today. But yeah, so those sprint cars that were a ton of fun. Yeah, the super late model is the 300 lap race. That's where the Celebration of America 300 gets its name from. Will be from is from the super late model race. The feature for the super sprints is 75 laps. So they are rolling the next set up onto the track. What's my favorite to race? I don't drive, and unfortunately the super sprints aren't in the iRacing sim. But yeah, they'll bring pit boxes out onto the front stretch as well for that one. But if you're talking about watching racing, I mean, I like any time the race cars look cool and go fast, and sometimes cars can do one or the other of those things. Unfortunately, it's somewhat rare to see them do both, look cool and go fast. Because the Fantasy Bombers last week looked really cool, seeing some old like Model T type cars. Problem is they race like Model T cars, and I'm not sure they got up to 15 miles an hour at Unity. Which, speaking of which, I will be at Unity this upcoming week, local dirt track, Friday night for 4th of July stream. So we will be doing some 4th of July streaming. Oh, but yeah. So they're going and getting all the cars pushed to start here. Yeah, 300 laps. It's more so like an Xfinity Series race, because remember, this track is not even a half mile, so this track is about, this track is a little over halfway around Martinsville. So yeah, it's definitely not quite as long as a NASCAR Cup race, but yeah, it's probably on par with a cross. Huh? Rockingham's like a mile. Oh, is it? Yeah, Rockingham's like a mile long. Huh? No, you might be thinking of Bowman Gray that they ran at earlier this year, also in North Carolina. Yeah, they're doing the fast yellow lap. The shot's already starting to get blocked. I've already adjusted once for it. Here we go, 1 to green, 1 to green. Green this time, green this time. Go, go, go. Let's go. hard to see if I've even got it on the camera lens.
Coming out to a 10 to the 47 of Jim Storis. Unfortunately, no replay out of that, but what I could see, they did touch a little bit entering
So yeah,
turn 3.
car
Jim
is
Storis
stuck.
definitely backed up in the last few laps before that. So not sure if the handling was going away or the tire was already going down or what, but McIver made a move, they got together, and Jim Storis getting the tough end of it.
So, flat tire, but doesn't actually crash. That is rare. Yeah, so Mad Bomber feature should be up next. But yeah, again, flat tire doesn't crash, so driver is absolutely okay. And yeah, we're just gonna chill out here in between this race and the first feature of the night.
Safety crews taking a look at the 47,
So,
getting it hooked up.
yeah, those cars are a ton of fun to watch.
But they're certainly not going to chance.
And yeah, especially if one car doesn't dominate by a quarter lap like that.
And then we will roll out our first feature of the night.
It was kind of funny because he had almost a half lap lead by here,
Yeah.
and then by the time he got around that corner, the guy was caught up to a quarter lap.
It's almost like the guy had to slow down and driving into the sun, but when driving in the with his back to the sun, he was able to drive it deeper into the corner.
Back together for the feature event later on.
Possibly that might actually be really what happened, which would be surprising that you and I came up with the correct answer as to what actually happened,
That would be surprising. No.
considering our combined 0 laps at this track.
No.
Yep.
I did go out and lick it.
Well, we have more. We'll tell you about some of the other action coming up
Yep.
here at Oxford Plains Speedway and with the Pro All-Star Series. Oxford Plains Speedway.
But yeah, this track, it's got some great racing going on. Okay, so they're going to tow the car down through that area, but they won't let them roll down there when they're driving.
609.
Again, I think that corner would be a little tight, but that's going to be even more tight when you've got it towed on the back there.
Modified series, modified.
Oh yeah, I would hope so if he's driving a tow truck here. I would hope that they've towed the car once or twice around here.
I still want to take the Prius out.
Huh?
I still want to take the Prius out.
Yeah. Well, your Prius might not be available. Mine is. So there we go. They're getting the feature, say the first feature ready. Would you mind grabbing some bottles of water from down below? They're the concession stand right behind us.
Okay. I thought you meant down there.
No.
No, not
No.
doing that.
But yeah, concession stand is literally just around back here. Huh?
I had to find the bathroom.
Okay, you found the bathrooms earlier? Okay. So.
Jackson, Sean Jackson, let's meet the starting field for this one.
Alright, so we're gonna grab, so he's gonna grab us some water real quick while we are gonna just kind of sit here. We're gonna be getting ready for racing here at Oxford. We got the Mad Bombers coming out for their feature. Not sure the lap count yet. Yeah, my paper doesn't have the answer.
The Friars captain Kenny Boyd in car number 24 alongside the start inside of row number 4 alongside him. On that is Kyle Glover.
With outside driving car number 3, that will be Jason Clark.
And you've got Thomas
Zoom out here.
Inside of the 6th row. Also got the 4 of the cucumber, Cody Maycumber.
Well, break next. That will be Tyler Connolly, fresh off of his past modified podium last night. And then outside car number 7, back for the first time Memorial Day Clash Day. That will be Kyle Richardson in the 7.
Then you have Adam.
Yeah, I'll get something to eat probably in between the in between these two features and the big one. since driver intros are going to be on the other side of the state, on the other side, we're not going to get to really show those very well.
Yes, so Rob Terry, 61X, isn't even on the track, and the 61 of Brandon here isn't starting, so...
But I also had a fairly big lunch, so I'm not exactly overly hungry right now. There is the full field driving by.
He's had to deal with a lot of adversity, but he's always seen it bounce back during the feature races. But in this case scenario, he might not need to be able to start here as the field gets the one to go signal from G-Stars.
1 to green, 1 to green. Lights off on the pace car. We'll be going green this time. I think they said 25 laps.
We're underway.
Green, green, green. There you one, fall it back. Oh, no. First crash of the day. Already got cars around here. Down in turns 3 and 4. They collide, but I believe all drivers did actually drive away from that one, so we are all good. So pace cars should be coming out here shortly. So not a lot of significant damage. We love to hear that because that means more competitive cars.
Every time you have a big money race like this, you're always going to see calamity early on.
We have a micro multi-car pile up. Yeah, multiple cars involved, no significant damage to any of them somehow. Yeah, there was a spin down in 3 and 4. No major damage to any of the cars, and everybody was able to drive away from it. So, no cars out of the race, but there was a multi-car spin down in 3 and 4. Hard to see when the sun is right in our face. Later on tonight, we'll get some really good shots once the sun starts to set. Alright, lights are off on the pace car. We should be green next time. Yep. Yep. Well, that's pretty cool. Here we go. Pace car off. Ready to go back racing.
Working concessions.
Alright.
John Brackett this time gets the jump down to turn for 1. Bro trying to hang up on the inside like he did on the initial start. He is
Oh, car around.
Yeah, another one. Another spin.
22 around.
Was it just one car? Oh, it looks like maybe the 7 got a piece.
A couple of them got.
Yeah, a couple of them got a piece of it, but the 22 is the big one around.
3 cars tried to fit where only 2 could. Dustin
At some point, I need to get a chance to go through and actually edit some of these clips that I've gotten from the tracks the last couple of weeks. I clipped the heats from the super sprints to get those up there.
Do that in your free time.
Huh?
You should do that in all your free time.
Yep. Oh.
You'll be home by midnight. You don't have to be back to work till 5.
Yep. But I'm not sure. I think it was
77, not 22.
That is an awful font.
That is an awful. That definitely looks like 22 from this side.
Yeah.
To get another win here tonight, but his
I think it's supposed to be a 77, but yeah, that is an awful font.
another front end of the race car.
Scores working on realigning the field into the racing officers teams. A score forward system where the field is frozen at the moment of caution and long
Field is frozen at the moment of caution. That's not how they do it. Not usually. They usually revert back to whatever the running order was on start-finish line the previous lap. I mean, maybe it's different for today, but that would seem weird. Weird to change it up for this one race. Here we go, pace car's off.
We're underway once again.
Sean Brackett with the jump to the high side, but again,
Man, a massive jump for the 31, and he's 3 wide. 3 wide for the lead.
Down the back straightaway, wisely backed out, and now he's all over the back of Rowe going into turn number 1. He hits him a couple times off turn 2. Rowe's able to hang on.
It's weird hearing the tires squeal like that.
Big point on the outside. Michael Deal right behind him. It's Marky.
Still side by side for the lead.
That was pretty funny. 88 are leading.
Yeah.
McIntyre is fifth in the OAM just in front of Thomas Brackett. Then comes
He did it on that time.
side by side with Sean Brackett. He was involved in that lap 2 incident already, Michael.
But yeah, I will get something to eat at the intermission between the features and the big one here.
Safe to say Nicholas is about to be freight trained here as he's got the entire field pretty much right.
I thought 8 was about to get absolutely shoved up the track there, but 33 showing a little bit of discretion there. It is the better part of valor, is what they say.
He's trying to bump his foot and go low on him.
Okay.
Oh, he got him there.
Yeah.
And there he goes sideways.
And they both.
33.
What on earth? Well, I guess they call them the Mad Bombers for a reason.
The cars going to pit row. The 33, the 3, the 8, and the 63 are immediately go to the pits with damage. The 8 and the 33 definitely got together. Row was trying to hold off Bearded and Morgan, but Bearded was trying to keep them down.
it just find a cloud, I mean, I'm not looking for rain, but if it can find a cloud buddy to hang out with, preferably a tall cloud buddy that can go ahead and just stand right in front of him, that'd be great. But I think it needs a cloud guard.
Tyler Connolly, who was involved in that second life incident, now up to second out of the third.
So yeah, yep, that was definitely a big one there. It'd be pretty hard to flip over the fence at the speeds they're going here. I mean, it's hard to get airborne at the speeds they're going, let alone flip over the fence. But yeah, the big one just happened. That's definitely what happened. It started as just a one, maybe two car crash, and then everybody just kept. Yeah, three's coming back up. But no cars with significant damage, really? I find that hard to believe in all that.
Well, we certainly hope that doesn't happen.
I mean, you always hope for no significant damage, but yeah, if those cars could have just locked it down on the inside of the track, they could have probably avoided like half of those ladder casualties there. It's like they just spun right back up the track trying to re-enter it right in the middle of the pack. I mean, I get it. You don't want to lose out on track position, but once you spun, you kind of already done that as is. So here we go, lined up, ready to go back racing. 20K for the 300 is the prize. 4K for the NES cars, the New England Super Sprint. I believe these ones are 1,000.
Looking for two in a row. He's trying to take second away from Connolly.
I believe we're right about halfway here. Yeah, 20K is a lot, but those cars cost a lot. 8. Yeah.
I didn't know you could come on in the middle of the game.
Yep.
Steven and Rowe return for the pit sideways for the third spot, the 31 of bracket.
If they haven't already packed it up by that point. Yeah, car 7 got a little off course down there in 3. No damage and rejoined the track right away. Just kicked up a little bit of dust. Yeah, it was time. Yeah, he went off. Okay. Didn't look like any real damage was done, but yeah, that 26 is just really fast right now. coming off. Got 24. They've just completed 24. I believe they should have gotten the white flag that time by. I don't. They're getting crossed up, so it's 50 laps. Cross flags, which means we just took halfway. Yeah, smoke on the front stretch. Caution flag flies. 88 is around. Well, on the plus side, he doesn't have to worry about a third runner-up finish in a row. Probably. Honestly, if he doesn't get a third, second place finish in a row, it won't feel too bad. But yeah, so you can't read that thing down there? Listen, once the sun goes down, it gets a little easier to read because the red glows a little bit better at night. Yeah, so right now it's 26, 11, 63, 08, and 61. The numbers along the bottom are your top 5. The number in the top middle is your lap count. Top middle? Yeah. Yeah, that's your lap count, and if you need to figure out who the top 5 is, look. Pretty easy to pick out the top 5 right now, at least. Huh? Well, yeah, there's that. The hard part is when they start getting into lap traffic. Sorry. Yeah, 88 went around there on the front straightaway. But again, no major damage. He is still out there running as well. So lights are off on the pace car. We'll be back racing this time by.
It's the yellow and red together.
Well, he has them both just in case he needs them. Oh. Yeah, that indicates the one that you're going green. Yeah. Yeah, typically the guy on the flag stand will point the yellow at the green flag, indicating 1 to green. Oh, we almost had a car around there in the back half. Yeah, whatever the red and white car was.
Back on again.
3 on, clap, 3 off. Tell me that's not a pretty accurate joke there. Yeah. The good thing is he doesn't lose any laps during the caution period. Okay, yeah, that is 48 on the red and white car. I thought it was 46 for a minute. We are chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Wow, we have 17 people hanging out in chat. Thank you for everybody's watching. Huh?
The 88's dragging half of its right side.
Are you surprised by that? With the amount of incidents the 88's had?
I'm surprised it hasn't been worse.
Oh, it will.
Did a good shot of
Yeah, the entire front side of the 88.
Sideways out of turn 4. Can McIntyre not this line? First turn, way out of shape again.
If that were metal, you'd have sparks coming up. I don't know where this guy's coming from, but he came out of the infield.
I don't know, it sounds like metal scraping when it goes by.
Oh, another car.
Oh, yeah. Six around. The old Jack Roush looking number 6 car. Car looks like one of Mark Martin's old Ford Tauruses. And yeah, they are going to go ahead and potentially black flag the 88, make him go down pit road to get that taken care of. But yeah, so the guy on the back straightaway, though, he has a yellow and a red because of those are the 2 flags he should need down here.
Okay.
But the guy in the, typically the flag stand guy will point the yellow at the green to indicate when to green. But yeah, when he's doing the popsicle sticks like that as well, it also tells the drivers to pick up the pace a little bit as well. So, and typically that goes hand in hand with going green. But yeah, right now we are just chilling here. Currently under the caution flag again. No idea who the 6 is. Again, most of the learning I've done so far has been to try and figure out the drivers in the past super late model race. Huh? Yep. 3 for 5. I got 2 for 5 last night.
They say $3 a piece.
Something to note on car number 08M Cole McIntyre.
Yeah, I got 2 waters last night for $5.
Any laps?
Yep.
We realize that race monitor is having some issues.
Also, if you hear them talking about Race Monitor, that's an app that you can download, and for 99 cents you can get a leaderboard on your phone if your phone wasn't dead.
Very slowly.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Yeah.
Gets a nice lead in turn number 1, and also that allows Adam Stern to go around the outside of Cole McIntyre to reach a third.
The 3 is now dragging the front bumper. It's a crowd side bumper.
All over the place. Oh, I don't know who that was.
88. 88 went for a little bit of a slide there.
they handle the white stripe?
I think they're allowed to go below it if they can handle it, but the white stripe is to signify where the banking ends.
Now, but he is giving the fifth place car a Podium main cover all he can handle out of turn 4.
Yeah, right now the 26 still your leader.
Regardless, as Stern does not leave in the rear-view mirror either. Paul McIntyre for third.
10 laps to go as they flash on the flag.
Off again.
Out of it.
Huh?
88's off again.
Okay. This time he will lose laps. Seven to go. That goal 11 is really starting to shrink that gap. We might have a pretty good fight for the win here at the end. Five to go. 5 laps remain. Oh, 4 to go. Huh?
But the 11 looks faster.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing too. Let's go 11. White flag, 1 to go. Last shot for car 11. Through 1 and 2. Not gonna get there. A good second place finish for him. Well, first Oxford Speedway feature in the books. How was it?
That was exciting. Sheet metal everywhere.
Yeah.
Except for on the cars.
Yep. I was gonna say, 26 was fast. I thought the 11 had it. If we go another 5 laps, I think the 11 might have. But the race is 50 laps, not 60 laps. Or not 55 laps. And you race the race you got. The 26 honestly might have been backing it down just to ensure he doesn't make a mistake.
He has not forgotten how to celebrate as he does some donuts on the front straightaway. And now takes
there you go. No one caught fire.
I feel like I'm going to.
Yeah, no one caught fire. The only quote-unquote smoke we have is from the burnout. But Yep. So again, that is the Mad Bomber heat. They're going to be lining up those super mods. I will go ahead and bring you guys down there for that real quick. Now here, want to see a big pile up? Well, we saw a fairly decent sized pile up. All right. Oh, they got the super mods down. Not the super mods. The super lates down here. Slide my hand over.
Up now, Tyler.
Best of luck tonight. So we got Derek Nealand right there. We got Silas Ripley down in the back. Let's see who else we can find up and down the grid here.
Third place finisher, car number 08M, Cole McIntyre. And Cole, congratulations. Hard fought third for sure going against Adam Stearns.
So yeah, so we got a bunch of these cars down here. And so they look lined up like they're ready to go next, but say the sprint cars or the super sprints have to come back out one more time, right?
Are they going before these?
Should say according to the paper that unless they have a last chance qualifier, which I didn't think they were sending anyone home. So yeah, according to the paper, it should be the NES cars next, the super sprints. According to the paper, but then again, how often do Mainers follow a schedule?
They wouldn't run this big race and do the modified after.
Exactly.
I think you're right.
Yeah, you put the big feature on at the end of the night. So Kyle Busch must be all the way back here because I did not see him on the walk up here. Oh yeah, we'll go ahead and try and see if we can find him. Most of these cars at the front don't have the grids, but yeah, there we go. But yeah, we got the chance to talk to. Oh, whoa! Yeah. Oh. Knocking out a line here, and there's Kyle Busch's car. All right, his car is there. No sign of the guy himself. Same line, yeah. So we got trying to do what? Yeah, there's a lot of really cool cars down the grid here. Oh. And then all the way down here. So a lot of cars on the grid. Favorite NASCAR driver? We got, for me, it's Kyle Busch, McDowell, and Stenhouse, kind of my big three. So here we go. Oh. Got the 24 car rolling around here too. Trying to make sure we're not in the way of traffic here. Yeah, I miss some of those old 18 cars too. Back with the M&Ms, the Skittles schemes especially. Skittles schemes were always on point. But yeah, so right there is the car. Kyle Busch will be racing here tonight. No sign of him yet. We did get a chance to see and say a quick word to Derek Nealand, who is his car is right here. That is Kyle Busch's Cup Series spotter. And then we got Silas Ripley over there. So we got a few different, pretty good. As I say, it's a very deep field. I will not complain about a deep field here. So there we go.
Your position starting pretty close to where you were last year, and obviously you got into the next.
Might go ahead and order some.
My approach is going to be about the same, you know, it's just a matter of what everybody else's approach
Yep, nope.
is going to take.
Did not.
A couple of those guys that are starting up front are certainly really
Let me figure out how much cash, basically. All right, I like Kyle Larson, Elliott, and Jimmy. Yep.
Now, for those who don't know, this is part of
That's a solid Hendrick lineup.
to celebrate America in the Austin 50. How does it feel to have
Can I grab a 10 for some food?
You know, the Mayberries have done wonderful things here with this place. And
Yeah, I'm going to be grabbing food. I just need to make sure. Huh? Hot dogs. Yeah, a hot dog fry basket.
Johnny Clark, the 54 Clark scrap metals machine.
One for each? You want one too? Do you want one as well, or do you just only have the 20? Okay.
Mike Hopkins, car number 15.
Okay.
Now, Mike,
Will do. Will that be okay? Because it's probably fried in the same stuff the fried chicken is, so. Okay, just figured I'd give you a fair warning. All right, so there we go. So yeah, my dad's got a gluten thing, so certain things can really throw his stomach for a loop. But yeah, we got our money, and because I got some in my backpack, but I just didn't have it. But yeah, there we go. All right, there we go. Yeah, it was laggy when I was down there in the pit area, especially in the, when I went underneath the metal roof. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not surprising considering the cell signal out here in the middle of this massive city is already sparse as is, so. Yeah, so they're rolling the modifieds out, or sprints out, and we will be getting ready for some racing.
Snappers, huh?
Yep. It's the main thing. Yeah, gotta love a good old traditional Maine red hot dog. New England Super Sprint, Sprints.
Super sprints?
Yeah, New England Super Sprints, NES for short. You're welcome. Yeah, so anytime you hear them talking about the NES cars, they're talking about the New England Super Sprints, otherwise known as these crazy modified sprint cars. Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't race Memorial Day, but they raced 4th of July last year, too. And they had the first annual celebration of America 300, and we've been to every single one. Well, I have been. So that's a pretty cool stat to have been to every single celebration of America 300. Especially considering I feel like we should have been celebrating America longer than 2 years.
Did you notice my shirt?
Yep.
John Adams.
Yep.
July 2nd.
Yep. It's like on a true American Independence Day.
And this was his saying.
Yeah, his motto.
No king but Christ.
Yep. And then the ghost of 4th of July future came back to kill him. Because, fun fact for anyone who isn't a history buff, John Adams, after just refusing to accept any invites to a 4th of July celebration because he believed we should be celebrating on the 2nd, ended up passing away on the 4th of July.
The same day as Thomas Jefferson.
Yep. Did Jefferson deny 4th of July as well, or no? Did he embrace it?
They were best friends, arch rivals, and then good friends at the end.
Yeah, and then going out together.
75 laps of feature action here at the Oxford Plains Speedway.
Yep.
We do have one update to give you.
Oh,
Initially,
update.
John McKenzie had gotten into 45 with Mike Berry to try to get some points, but they could not get the car to his liking, which is really important in these super modifieds, how well a driver fits, how...
Okay, so they do call them super modifieds, but I assume the SS is super
has
sprints.
gotten back in his number 45 to see team, so he's going to...
I mean, super sprint works better for the acronym, but yeah.
Losing the engine in the primary car couldn't make it work in the emergency service car, which means we're almost certainly going to leave tonight with a new...
And they're going to get in the push here.
Super modified ranks. In the meantime, let's introduce you to the first car in the staging area was the number 24 Super Dave Sanborn with the new company out of New Hampshire, his second year with Nest. On the back straightaway, car number 4, winner on Sunday of Oxford 250 weekend and the most recent event at the Star Speedway. That is Duncan Massachusetts, Jeffrey Battle, Westford Battle, Green, number 14. Just past the start finish line now is Harvard, Massachusetts.
Yeah, I got the larger side, remember? I asked you if you wanted the smaller side?
By the legendary Town Lane.
Yeah.
Also did past the start finish line now. Behind that winner, ready. Number 11, from Florida, Massachusetts. That is Ben Sutton.
Alright. Got your 3 fries and realized that the salt was going to make you go through even more water. Oh, they don't? Ooh, that's not good. They might have salt packets down there if you want to salt them yourself. Yeah, there's no salt on those things at all.
Rob Summers was feeling under the weather, so Ryan literally got the call last night after the driving car had driven star last year. He spent the entire morning cleaning the tent, on everything. Ryan did on track, and he has to start this one now. Car number 49. Veteran put out a 7 times.
We're getting ready for Super Sprint's 75 lap feature. them waiting to come up, or if this is all 10.
It turns out the number one spark plug was cracked on both sides. Why he struggled to a mid-accident there, hoping for much better.
So they're all that we're going to get everybody into position. Fastest yellow flag lap in sports. Huh? So he's racing this old school then. He's got a cigarette in the car with him. Huh? All good. I thought they were going green that time. Why'd they wave it off? Yeah, I mean, I think their plan there was to hopefully wait and see if he could get that going without a push. And then when the... Huh? Well, if he hadn't fully stalled the engine. He may have just been idling for a second or two. To wait for the rest of the cars to go by so he wasn't pulling out in front of traffic, because that would kind of be a bad thing to pull out in front of traffic. In fact, we saw an example of that earlier. Not to mention if they hold the yellow like that, they can complete an extra lap or two under green before they throw it. Well, there are two laps if they have doubled up, ready to go back racing. Another car stalls entering pit road. Yeah, that 14 was flying. Well, considering some of your other favorites, that seems to be a trend. Eric Jones, Noah Gregson. No, I didn't. Yeah. I did see that earlier during the baseline. Yeah. Wow, 14 is losing them. the confusing part there is that what that is showing is how many laps have been completed. So once it shows 75, that means the last lap has already happened and the checkers have already come out. Here it is. Not normal most other places, but that is normal here. Yeah. Yeah, so the leaderboard shows that. But yeah, he lapped up to 6th place in that race. Only 5 cars remained on the lead lap. Final of those being the car number 11 coming by the grandstands now. So some of them are going down that area. None of them were going down it earlier, but some just went down that short chute earlier. It's weird. But yeah, so there we go. That was an exciting sprint.
That was fun.
Yeah, 75 laps. I mean, the 14 after about halfway took over and took command of that one.
Oh, yeah.
There was no competition or contest down the stretch there, at least not for the lead. But
your winner here
But those
Speedway in the New England Super Modified Series.
those drivers battling it out for like 3rd or 4th were doing insane battles.
Number 14 out of Dunstable, Massachusetts. He's a 4-time champion in the 350 Super Modified at Star Speedway, and after a bit of an adjustment, he is flying just as high in the big blocks.
Shocking surprise, Aaron Judge made the All-Star team.
Here comes Uncle Rich, his car owner. Gives him a pat on the head.
So did Shohei Ohtani.
Right here as he climbs out from behind the wing. Your winner, Jeffrey Battle, car number 14.
Yeah, so the MLB All-Star lineups just came out. I feel like those two should be the team captains, just picking and choosing.
Jeffrey Battle emerges from his machine.
Because I think Ohtani probably is the best National League player, and
Second,
Aaron Judge is the most iconic American League player right now, if not the best.
Jeffrey, in your second year on the series, then clearly something has clicked with this 14 because just on rails for the second straight outing.
Yeah, it definitely helped a lot last year coming here, building a notebook. We're getting better and better every time we race it. I'm going to thank Uncle Rich and the whole crew for what they do.
And here come the pit boxes.
Man, I mean, you had such a big lead. I mean, but could you see, without having beer remains and stuff, were you still pushing, or were you able to pace it?
Actually, they have 3 sets.
There was a shadow going into turn 1 for a little while. The sun went down, so I could kind of take myself off of that.
I think they will all be along this front stretch area here, but yeah, I don't think they use this back side loop at all.
And he takes out the win. Jeffrey Battle in the number 14.
Yeah, the weird thing about this is that the pit lane is crooked like that, so it kind of makes a W shape almost.
Dan Bowes out of Epping, New Hampshire. Dan, I know this team has been working to improve its Oxford program, and second place is a pretty good step in the right direction, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah.
Yes, all the teams for tonight's Celebration of America 300, the 300-lap race, bringing their pit boxes, their fuel, their tires out to the pit road area while they are interviewing the feature winner from a minute ago.
Some late model guys, some super late model guys.
But yeah, we are chilling though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. If you guys are, of course, hit the like button and subscribe to get the news. You guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Also, if you guys want to hear me talk more about NASCAR, which I don't know why you would, but I also am on the Lap Down podcast each and every week, pretty much. Check that out at youtube.com/handed down sports media, or just search handed down sports media in the search bar. Should be able to find the Lap Down podcast pretty quick and easy. But yeah, looking forward to it. So, you excited for 300 laps?
I am. Especially now that the sun's going down.
Yeah, the sun almost down low enough to where we can almost look into turn 3.
Very happy to be running much better here.
We'll certainly have our thoughts. Dan Bowes, your second place finisher. And now let's get the Stingray, Bobby Timmons, who found some mechanical grumbles in the 13 and back on a track you're familiar with, and back on the podium too.
No, they're still there. It sucks. This race car goes really good. The only thing that we don't build ourselves or can afford to run with these guys is the motor department. And even at a place like Oxford, we were down on motor today and it just killed us. Happy to run third. I got a nice fan right here in the front. She's going to get to take home a nice trophy. That's about the only good thing out of today, other than Pete's being at work. Thanks to Seacoast RV, Tim's Machine and Fabrication, Prime Cut, Landscaping, Black Flag Podcast, Main Event Podcast, and Mayberries for having us. And we'll try again, I guess.
Well, the Stingray always tells you exactly how he feels, but he got a third place finish today for Bobby Timmons III. Bo's in second and Jeffrey Valley winner. We'll get a few more photos of here, and you can see the super late model crews getting ready in Manfield. You see the spotters making their way over the stands, which means we are just moments away from the second annual Coldbrook Trailers and Equipment Celebration of America 300.
I'm guessing that somebody was not listening to the instructions the first 5 times. Because that was definitely an annoyed tone.
She doesn't weigh 90 pounds soaking rain wet.
Who?
The girl that just announced that.
Yep. So yeah, we'll see the spotters lining up this top row pretty much. And say they'll all show up with their headsets here, when they're ready. But yeah, as of right now, though, we are just chilling here, waiting for everybody to get all set up.
Awfully hard to say chilling on a day like this.
Okay, sweating it out.
That's better.
Although, honestly, right now, it actually is pretty much chilling. This weather. Feels a lot cooler than it was.
It does feel a lot cooler than it was. Chilling, I would not call it.
Well, it's very refreshing to me.
That is a long walk for those people with tires and gas and everything else.
Yep.
I kind of feel bad because earlier I asked one of them if he'd carry me up on it. Bring me up here on it.
Yep. Yeah, getting a lot of sun the last couple of days. I say between working outside and then out here at the track for several hours.
Crews getting ready. While we have a moment, we'll just let you know again, if you missed it the first time, we do have another car that needs to be moved because it's blocking the concession exit. A Chrysler Escalade.
Oh, no, not us.
Plate M608.
Not a Chrysler. Not us.
Chrysler Escalade, license plate M608. That car must be moved immediately because it is blocking the concession exit.
Chevy. Yeah, GM brand. Yep. So here we go. They're wheeling the top 3 off from the podium.
Again, thank Coldbrook Trailers and Equipment for sponsoring this year's Celebration of America 300, offering some of the best deals on utility trailers and used equipment in the Bangor area. Full line of trailers and equipment along with truck equipment that is clean, inspected, and ready to go. And it also looks like we're going to do our 50-50 draw right now, folks, so get your 50-50 tickets out.
They don't sell them on this half of the grandstands.
The front row can verify, and the back row snake can verify that I am not peeking. No peeking whatsoever.
He's peeking.
It is a blue ticket.
Oh, doesn't match mine. Mine's clear.
Yeah.
Blue ticket 799-17326. Again, blue 50
Say,
ticket
only 4 spots left in the NASCAR playoffs. You think we see 4 different winners down the stretch here? It's going to be close, I think.
I do too.
So, again, right now, Reddick is the clear one that's above the rest in terms of being safe. He's 120-something points above the cut line. So, Reddick is safe, barring 4 new winners. He's hoping for 3 or less. or to be one of them, which is very possible. And there they are, the super late models firing it up, getting ready to come out onto the front stretch for driver intros. Yep, here they are.
Stages, right?
Huh?
They don't do stages, right?
No, I think they might do a comp caution somewhere around the middle to give all the teams a chance to check tire wear, but because I believe they did that in the Memorial Day Clash. I think they did a comp caution around lap 100 in that 200 lap race, so. I don't think I'd ever heard that word when I was so far off. Sponsor. Because I feel like that's the word that's pretty easy to pronounce and we say it a lot. But, yeah, I think the other three drivers, though, down there on that cut line with Bowman, with Bubba Wallace, have got to be shaking in their boots. Yeah, because any new winner, especially these next 2 weeks at the 2 road courses, Busher as well is down there. B is all right around the bottom of the playoffs. Ryan Preece 1 spot out currently. Yeah, but a really good short track racer could potentially pick up a win or some really good points down the stretch at tracks like Richmond and Iowa. So how many new winners would you make your estimated guess that we see down the stretch here? Again, remind me of
Chicago. Chicago.
So yeah, we've got Chicago, Sonoma, and Daytona are kind of the big wild cards left. We also have Watkins Glen in the regular season. Those are kind of the 4 big wild card tracks.
So 3 out of the 4 are road tracks.
Yeah, we've got I think 10 races to the playoffs.
Oh, okay.
We just those are the 4 I would say are wild cards. We also got Iowa, Richmond in the middle there. We've got Dover coming up after the 2 road courses here. We also got Indianapolis coming up. And we're going to the start grid. What do you think? How many? You think 3 new winners? So Reddick and 3 new ones? Reddick survives and 3 new winners? Or do you think Reddick is one of those 3 new winners?
He could be, but I don't know.
Starting 30th is the longtime owner and promoter of the Peter.
I got to imagine that at this point the lawsuit drama has got to be weaving its way through that entire team, though. So, but yep, they are doing driver intros.
The veteran all the way from Aurora, Bush, New York, the Studio 1187, car number 18. Please welcome Mike Scorzelli.
Kyle Busch going to have to battle it out with car number 18. That's going to be an ironic twist of fate.
The multi-time Oxford Plains Speedway champion and past winner, driving the 60B, sponsored by Winthrop Napa Auto Parts. All the way from Buckfield, Maine, Timmy Brackett. Next up on the field, the young hot shoe, driving car number 5C from Saco, Maine, the WC Racing Machine, Dominic Curran. Next up on the field, second
Away.
winner, racer,
Because he ate from here.
Here at Oxford from Buckfield, Maine, driving the 94 in car number 6.
Hey, let's see who's pronounced Buckfield. Granted, I'd be concerned if you mispronounced Buckfield.
29R will go next on the field. That's the Roosevelt self-storage machine from Windham, Maine, Cole Roby.
They ain't got Windham right.
Our next driver picked up his first podium finish in a super late model just 3 nights ago in the 32 signs, 32 CT from Norwich, Connecticut, Tom Abley Jr. Car 5P will go next on the grid. The veteran out of Swanville, Maine. The Wellman Paving Incorporated car. Put your hands together for Troy Patterson. 7-time past champion and 50-time winner goes next on the field in the ClarkScrapMetals.com. Number 54 from Hallowell, Maine, Johnny Clark. Then we have the veteran from right here in Oxford, former winner at this track, the Spencer Paving Group car number 12. Let's welcome Dennis Spencer Jr. Reigning Oxford Plains Speedway champion and current past North Point leader is next up in car number 44, the Richard Booty & Sons construction machine. From Cornish, Maine, Trevor Sanborn. Starting in the 19th position, your current point leader at the Oxford Plains Speedway, the Sunshine Pools, number 14 from Livermore, Maine, Scott McDaniel.
Got Livermore, right?
No driver has more NASCAR National Touring Series wins than our 18th place starter. Driving the Key to Parts, car number 51 from Las Vegas, Nevada, Kyle Rowdy Bush.
Woo! Let's go, Kyle.
From Sabattis, Maine, the 2-time Oxford Plains Speedway champion, the DMD Racing number 23, Dave Barrington Jr. Last year's runner-up in this event will go 16th on the grid, driving the LCM Northeast Auto Imports 12G from Hudson, New Hampshire, Derek Griffin.
Yeah, 12G. There's your second G. Or the second
Veteran
12.
spotter in the NASCAR National Touring ranks and Naples, Maine native will go 15th on the field in car number 90, brought to you by SOS Towing. It's Derek Nealand.
There we go, Derek Nealand.
One of the top prospects in Northeast Super Late Model Racing will start 14th in the mainly concrete pumping. Car number 09 out of Warren, Maine, Silas Ripley.
Let's go, Silas.
Former Cars Tour and ACT winner goes next on the grid in the R&R Race Parts New Hampshire 00 out of Candian, New Hampshire, Jimmy Renfrew Jr.
Candian? Is that actually how that's pronounced?
Starting top, we have the winner of the COA 300 qualifier less than a
Did I
month
mishear
ago
or
at
did he say it
Harmony,
wrong?
The Colebrook Trailers, car
Okay.
number 15, Mike Hopkins. Many-time champion from around the region will start 11th in the yellow 14, brought to you by Dave's World St. the Gravel, Josh St. Clair.
Okay, Josh St. Clair is in this one.
Breaking into the top 10, the winningest driver of the Oxford Plains Speedway, including 2 this season, the Bonnie Insurance, number 24 from Turner, Maine, it's the King, Mike Rowe. 8-time and
some
reigning
booze on that
past
one.
champion will start 9th night in the Bar Harbor Bank and Trust car number 60 from Center Conway, New Hampshire, DJ Shaw. Starting on the outside of row 4, the veteran campaigner out of Auburn, Maine, in the All That's Metal, number 153, Travis Stearns. Winner of the
They already announced 2 brackets. I don't know how many more brackets you can take.
7th on the grid in the Norm's used car 73D from Berwick, Maine, Joey Dyer.
Dwyer?
An outstanding run for this weekly racer last night puts him 6th on the start grid. Car number 63, the Ralph Abrazazi Racing Machine from Nashville, New Hampshire, Kyle Salemi. We're now into the top 5. The top
from
rookie
there.
on the past North
Or is that not
Series
far enough
starting
away to
fifth.
get Sacco
The
that
Spencer
wrong?
Group Team 12B from
Okay.
Forestfield, Maine, Brandon Barney. The 2010's Driver of the Decade at the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway will start 4th in the 12X, sponsored by J.A. Simpson from Wyndham, Maine, Corey
Another
Ballard.
12. 3 12s now in the race. 4?
The winningest driver in the history of the Pro All-Star Series will start 3rd on the grid. The Mike Rowe & Sons Trucking 5 out of Turner, Maine, Ben Rowe.
Yeah, Ben Rowe. We got Ben and Mike
And
Rowe.
now for your front row, starting second after winning qualifier number 2 last night, the Corvette Parts.net machine out of the Go Fast Racing Stable from Westbrook, Maine, Brandon Barker. And your pole sitter after a dominating win in the first qualifier last night from Gray, Maine, the Cushman competition number 29,
right?
Austin Terrace starts pole. That's your starting
Terrace.
field for the Celebration of America 300. Drivers, prepare your cars for competition.
That's not who's driving.
Realize.
Okay. Well, considering the amount of things he's gotten pronounced wrong, I wouldn't have put it past him pronouncing Terrio that far off. Let me guess. That's not really that far off. I'm pretty accurate on that one. So, yeah, there we go. Driver intros have been concluded here. I see it, Beatrice.
799-17326. Blue ticket 799-17326 is our 50-50 winner. If you have that winning ticket, come down by the flag stand immediately and meet the nice young lady with the big white bucket, please.
What if I just bring my own bucket of tickets? With just every number under the sun, and then eventually I should have the winning one.
Yeah. So coffees. Somebody describe that.
Alright, so there we go. Yeah, because I think Daytona could be a real easy site for a surprise winner, obviously. Especially with it being the last chance for anyone to bump into the field. And how will it feel knowing that you can't even adjust your lineup with that race?
Yeah.
With a lack of cells allowed on the men's retreat for church. Otherwise, I'd ask you to do that race with me.
Yeah, let me know. I'm going to be over there.
I have a feeling you'll be doing Richmond, though, the week before with me. It's a Saturday night race. On a day of absolutely no significance.
Is that the 16th?
Yep,
Okay.
of August. Yep, a day of absolutely no significance whatsoever. Just another random day in the year. 1 out of 365.
It's halfway through the month.
No, it's a little lower. Yeah. But yeah, so we'll be doing. So we got that race coming up. And I say we got back-to-back road courses. Indy at the Brickyard could be an
I'm
interesting
going to
upset
come out
winner.
with cake that night.
Oh boy. You know, Mom would hate that in the in the brand new studio. She would probably kill you and me for that one.
Does she watch your streams?
We'll see. I guess we'll see when we get home.
Yep.
If she's up with a baseball bat waiting for us at the door. But, yep, so. I think Indy could be a really good shot for a upset winner.
Oh, yeah. I think Indy could be too.
Yeah, only the second Indy oval race on the back last year. He could very well dominate it again, but I think it could also be the type of track that would play very well to some of like the Roush Fenway cars or some of the drivers that we saw dominate at Pocono, considering how similar those tracks are. In fact, Pocono actually drives a full-on corner from Indianapolis to make their turn two for that Frankenstein of a racetrack. Because for anyone who doesn't know, the Pocono Raceway was literally Frankenstein out of 3 really good IndyCar tracks to go and make one legendary oval. Turn 2 is the Indianapolis corner, modeled after Turn 3 at Indianapolis. Turn 1 at Pocono is modeled exactly after the late great Trenton Motor Speedway out of Trenton, Virginia, or not Trenton, Virginia, Trenton, New Jersey, yeah. And then turn 3 is modeled exactly after the Milwaukee Mile up in Wisconsin. So those 3 great racing venues all made into one racetrack. That was the whole idea behind Pocono Raceway. So for anyone who didn't know that bit of history, and here we go, engines are firing. So who's your pick for tonight?
As the field roars to life, last call on the
Gotta go with
50
Ripley.
ticket winner.
All right. For sake of differences, I'll take Kyle Busch. You know, the guy who's coming down here to bushwhack the field.
Silas Ripley. It's the favorite.
Honestly, I think the favorite might be that 32 truck or 32 car that we saw decimate the heat race last night.
I just like
Oh yeah, if we're talking best in show, absolutely. In the Celebration of America 300, led by a pair of American flags. Kyle Busch starts deep in the field. Give us just a little bit more leverage to work with. That way we can see a little bit easier over everybody's heads.
They're pulling out now.
3 wide salute.
The USA here 2 days away from its 249th birthday.
I think no one ever accused Mainers of knowing math. Wide salute to America. We do have Kyle Busch on track here tonight. Huh? Yep. Before they get done doing all the laps, they're going to pit for a set of tires. Drop the green flag like this. Okay, once we remove the American flag so that they don't drop them.
But
I think starting 3 wide would be possible, right?
Thank you very much, drivers and America. Before we get down to business,
It'd be entertaining, that's for sure.
of the 50-50, so we are going to draw another number. So get your 50-50 tickets back.
Imagine if they just draw someone's phone number who bought a ticket. That's when he's wanting to add ketchup or mustard to his hot dog. He points the red one when he wants ketchup, and he points to the yellow one when he wants mustard. I'm sure that's got to be it.
Austin Terrace, Brandon Barker, and Johnny Clark dropping off their American flags, and then they will resume their spots on the grid. Excuse me. And now,
about it or whatever, and then
one
sit
driver
next
was
to
making
it.
a point about it was our closer Austin Terrace. He is starting on his qualifying tires.
on the highway going 100.
That is certainly a choice. That is certainly a choice. 29 is starting on the same tires he ran last night's race on.
And he's still trying to scuff them.
Huh?
And he's still trying to scuff them.
While trying to clean them off. Although he had all night to do that.
Wave your hat, wave your program, wave your phone. One more salute to the drivers and the crews as they get ready for 300 laps of Green Flag Racing second annual Celebration of America 300.
Gonna wave your hat?
Money. But it pays like, I think you pay out 50 grand, I think it's 30 to get this
And the driver's waving back. Let's go. Again, we are ready to go racing. Lights are off in the pace car. Kyle Busch and others are all ready to go.
The many-time E3 winner champion still looking for his first win at Oxford will start forward as the Comcast rookie Brandon Barker.
Pace car's off. Wheels in the hands of Brandon Barker and Austin Terrace.
Get ready as these drivers are prepared to match the pedals for the Celebration of America 300
number 5s and number 12s.
Yeah, so, yeah, I just counted. That's all I did. So 23 will get their free pass this time by.
Oh, I think he's got a camp in here.
See, the fast ones are last. Oh, yes, you're wishing you had a back on this thing? But yeah, Kyle Lachey and Ripley both doing a lap down that early, though. It's a little disappointing. I don't know if that over there is the pit road indicator, but I would hope pit road would have been open by now if they were going to open it. Yeah, here we go. Here comes the drivers down pit road. Okay, so they're using the green flag there to signal people that pit road is open.
Looks like a little over half the field is coming in here at the same time. These are the drivers starting to race on their qualifying tires. First car that stayed out is the 00 of Vinny Renton Jr. He will Griffin stayed out.
Yeah, as soon as I saw the picture of it, I was like, oh, yeah, I remember.
I haven't seen him in years. That's why it's probably a good spot.
I recognize the name. I couldn't put the face to
0 is doing really well. Yeah, there's still a pretty good race going. And yellow flag flies once again here on lap 65. 65 of 300, and we got one of the many 12 cars around. And now time to see if he can correct it. Can he get this thing back on, or is he going to get towed?
So it may have worked out after all for Johnny Clark staying out because he is going to get to come back on the lead lap for this restart.
Yeah, you ain't got a push truck no more?
You don't know how on the front. We only got to go a little bit down the front.
That's 29 pounds.
needs the lawnmower and call me, he says, because I need some money to buy some mowers.
Yes, Kyle is currently the first car, one lap down, fourth car inside line. Green, green, green. Kyle currently in the free pass position. He just needs a caution. And he could maybe put himself back in this one. Kyle Busch unlapping himself on pace here. That's incredible. Kyle Busch on worn out tires, trying to pass it. 3 cars left before he gets his lap back. Yes, he is. He is the 4th car in line trying to fight to get his lap back. the comp yellow? Was Kyle Busch the free pass? There's like 3 5s and 4 12s.
I was watching the white 5. I thought that one was in 5th.
That one has been in 5th, so I think that is the right one to have been following.
Garrett just passed him a couple laps ago, and Garrett should be listed as 5th.
Is it possible he's a lap down? Because if you want a lap down, you're going to
He hasn't pitted yet either. He started tail end.
I got to say though, it thoroughly confuses me seeing the 73 up there when it's the 73D up there. Like, I get it.
Yeah, he's hauling ass.
Oh yeah, he's doing a great job out there. Do we know what the free pass was? Did Kyle Busch hang on to it, or did he lose?
So. We're going to find out in a second.
Or did 44 get lapped before? Because if that 44 went a lap down and Kyle didn't get to him,
Right.
44 gets it back, assuming that that's only the first lap that 44 is lost.
Pit road is open. Let's see who comes in. The 63 of Kyle Salemi is going to come in after his
Yep.
I was going to say, because he was 5th on the restart, dropped to 6th, then got back to 5th.
Yeah, so here we go. Pit road's open. Yeah, it looks like the 44 may have gotten lapped, so Kyle Busch is not the free pass. Which means Kyle's going to have to try again. Which is surprising because Kyle's been able to hang right with the front 5.
At the beginning, he looked like shit, but he come around, now he's hanging.
Yeah, it seems like he just races similarly to whoever he's around. When he's around the back of the pack, he runs like the back of the pack. And when he's with the leaders, he runs like the leaders.
He started out loose, you could definitely see it.
He's still loose out there.
Up now, though.
The 7-3D right there is currently your race leader. 0029, the 12G of Griffith, and then there's the 94. Your top 5. Yeah, because I think everybody knows now that Kyle, I think, is woken up. I think everybody knows Kyle's going to be a threat if he gets that. If he gets that lap back, I think he'll be a threat.
Lead lap, which is a pretty big deal for that team. They're a full-time team.
So, Kyle Busch misses out on the free pass by a matter of a lap or two as the 44 got lapped there. Yeah, so the leaderboard up there will say 73 when it's really the 7-3D, the little tiny thing next to the little tiny thing next to the 7 is the 3D. Yeah, it's because the little stuff is a 3 and a D, but they put the 3 up on the leaderboard, but they don't put the letters up there when they love a tiny letter. When the 73 comes back around, you'll be able to see it. Look right ahead of, look towards the front of the car. He just needs a timely caution to get this lap back because he's been fighting for it.
required to drop to the back.
So he's going to fight to try and get his lap back all natural. Kyle Busch trying to do it all natural here, getting around the outside for the...
Instead, he got passed on the inside by the other.
Yeah. push your free pass. Let's go.
That's what they
20 laps on one set of tires before coming in.
don't like it. So you always dive on coming out. Push them off. You never go outside.
24 coming to pit road. just caught a pack of yeah, but he had about another 5 he probably could have gotten if that stayed green. The caution's given and the caution's taken away. So Kyle Busch is in 15th after all that. Both those cars were a lap down, apparently. Because he was in 15th when I checked before he caught that pack of cars too. There was a car that spun down into turn 1. Did you happen to catch which car number? I'll take the bet that it's 12. Now you see why I said I think 12. That's usually your joke right there. There we go. Pit road is open and they're all coming. Everybody should be coming to pit road here. We've got a because this will be a 20-lap dash to the final comp yellow as soon as we throw another one of those 200.
Good save.
Yep. So, do they have a second comp caution at lap 200, I assume?
What's that?
Do they have a second comp caution at lap 200?
I don't know.
Because they threw one. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering. They did one at 100. I'm curious if they'll do another one at 200 because that would be in about 19 laps.
I doubt it.
A 19-lap dash would be really exciting here, especially with the entire field on fresh tires.
Right.
Entire field on fresh tires, 19-lap dash. That would be an exciting one.
Here are the air guns.
But yeah, Kyle Busch is back up to 15th now, so he's coming.
Yeah. Looks good.
Yeah. Question is, does it look good enough? Because passing a car in 15th is a lot different than passing a car for 5th or 1st.
Get out there. Let's go.
I feel like passing anyone 20th on back is really tough because you all know that this is basically fighting for dead last. Then from about 20th to about 10th, it's somewhat easy to pass. And then once you get past 10th, it's like really deep. That's not going to be much of a cushion at this point. Pit road. Kyle Busch lost his spot on pit road.
What, on the four-wheeler?
So Kyle Busch, yeah, pit here. He lost one spot. We have 120 to go. Kyle Busch with a big comeback drive tonight. Driver's here. 5% left on my phone. I don't think I'm gonna make it without a battery pack, which is weird. My battery pack still says 24%, but it isn't charging anymore. So, unfortunately, guys, I'm gonna have to call the stream. Say the stream is gonna cut out at some point here because my phone is on 5%. I will try and get you guys as much as I can, but when and if the stream cuts out, just know that is why I legit, my battery pack decided to give up on me in the middle of this thing. So we'll try and give you guys as much as possible. I've done everything I can to try and save battery down the stretch, but we're on 5%. It will die before the end of this one. We got 55 laps to go. So just letting you guys know now, my phone is almost certainly going to die before the checkered flag, but we are under caution flag now. 55 laps to go. I will try and get you guys as much as possible, but when the stream cuts out, I just want you guys to know it's because the phone ran out of battery and the battery pack decided to quit on me. So we got pit road open, and yeah, let's go ahead and keep covering this one as best we can. So again, I apologize, but not much I can do about that when my battery pack doesn't want to work at 24%.
Drivers coming to the attention of their crews for what they hope is the final time in this event.
All right, let's see.
Give me a update on Ripley.
Ripley update, okay.
Because he's in front of Bush.
So he must be a lap down. Down to 14% or 4%. So again, I'm not expecting I'll be able to make it to the end of this one, unfortunately, but we'll bring you guys as much as we can of this race. Again, Kyle's been on a pretty steady slide. He slid from 9th to 11th to 13th, all the way now to 14th place for Kyle Busch. And Kyle Busch currently on pit road. We'll have to wait and see where he ends up coming out here. But we are going to run out of battery here at some point. And again, I will keep going as long as humanly possible, but I am almost certain my phone is going to die before the conclusion of this one. So real quick, if you guys do enjoy these streams, feel free to like, subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos and live streams. And yeah, again, we'll be doing, we'll be at the local dirt track on Friday. Then we'll be in the studio Saturday and Sunday for NASCAR from Chicago. So we got a full week of racing here ahead of us. So, but that is just kind of the last little update here. Again, we are sitting at 4% on the phone. So here we go, Derek Griffith on the current leader, Derek Griffith. No, not Derek Griffith. I'm saying unless that hasn't updated yet, because he's being shown in third up there. But yep, so again, we are just trying to get this one to the end. So 6 cars stayed, 5 cars stayed out here, 6 on back are on fresh rubber. let's see. Who dat? Let's see.
32 and the 60 something.
Oh, the 32 Corvette parts machine? No!
63.
Brandon Barker involved in this one. That's not good. That's going to make it even harder to make it into this one without dying. The phone. The laps are counting, so.
Were you able to get a lap in?
Huh?
Get a lap in?
Yeah, we got 3 in. Yeah, we logged 3 laps. We've logged 3 laps here before the. Oh, 4 laps. 4 laps.
Mark down lap 27 because if Garrett Hall holds on to win it, that may have been the race. Like 31 to be top. We'll have a couple of takers. It looks like this Saturday now.
Kyle Busch just took it to the garage? Well, that is going to be the end of Kyle Busch's race. Well, we got to the end of Kyle Busch's race at least. Kyle Busch went to the garage area. Kyle Busch currently off track. I have no idea what he could be. What could he have needed? What could have been wrong with it? Unless he's just throwing a fit. Like, oh, hey, look, this is the free pass. To go. 50 laps to go. Down to 1%, guys. Any moment we are